There we go. Now it should be working. What is going on? Welcome to the stream. So sorry I'm late. Couldn't make it home in time, but nonetheless, still within the 4 o'clock hour. 4:36, well I started about 11 minutes ago. Set up as fast as humanly possible. Getting a couple of things here finished up on the stream side of things. Making sure everything's running smoothly. Just have to check something here quick. Alright, hopefully that turns back on. There we go. Last stream I did that, it didn't reconnect and I had to stop the stream unfortunately. But normally it works. Oh. Cool. Seems like everything's running pretty smooth. I have a couple photo references that the client sent me I have to open up over here. Let's see. Pretty happy with that. Alright, let's get painting here. I have to get another piece of paper palette paper. And discard this palette paper that I've used already. Please let me know you can hear me fine over the music if you're here, if you're in chat. Thank you for hopping in anyway. I know I missed the 4 o'clock mark, but we're here. We're going to stream. I don't know how long we're going to stream. I guess until I want to go work on another piece of art. Kind of jumping between 2 to 3 projects right now. So, and I tend to like to have 2 or 3 projects instead of just one. It really helps me kind of stay sane with what I'm working on. I actually haven't even decided what I want to work on this painting on first glance yet. Did a lot of detail work up on the house over here last time. Which reminds me, I have to set the sharpness in my webcam here because I forgot to do that last time. Open up myself a monitor here. And I'm talking about the shot above me here. Normally, it needs a little boost in sharpness. You'll see right now. Here we go. There you go. Now you can like really see it, right? Okay. Cool. And I think we're good. Got the music playing, everything's working, it seems. Just giving it a little bit longer for people to hop in, realize the stream's happening. Say hello in chat, please. Let me know you're here. Cool. This playlist, this music player I'm using, it tends to be quite a bit of a pause in between each song. So if it sounds like the music stopped playing, then that's why. What do I want to work on? I think I can either go. I think I need to finish up the grass over here and get the foreground blue bonnets going. I have to also fill in over here as well. Since I know how I made these plants over here, I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Get my camera angle zoomed in. I've been loving working with this camera and zooming in. I'm actually gonna have to go to that lens and zoom like that. What's good, brother? How's the work day going? Thanks for coming and hanging out for a minute. Finishing Auntie Lori's painting. You're the only person in the chat I can say that to because you know who that is. Yeah, if you didn't know anyway, this is painting for Auntie Lori. Commission. Her blue bonnet house. I'm going to start with a small brush. I'm going to mix with my knife though because I've learned my lesson with mixing with the tiny brushes. It ruins them almost immediately. So I need blue and yellow. Get that going on the palette over here. Good now that it's over. Wow. Early day. Oh, that's right. You start super early though. Now it's like family shit, right? Like making dinner and whatnot. I'll be playing some arena tonight. I mean, I know you said you don't like playing right now, but just tossing that out there. I'm loving the Marksman Hunter, bro. It is so fun. The damage is incredible. I can't wait to get a little bit more gear. I always end up having a hunter. I just love that class. I don't know what it is. Getting some white on the palette here. Always need the white and black. I've actually swapped where I usually put them. But you can't see, so it doesn't matter. Where I'm placing my paint on the palette does not matter. I mean, if I had to give one tip, I would say it helps to be a little bit more organized. Needs a dragon. You know, a little piece of me would love to do that just to be funny. But I think we got a little too much money involved for that. Yeah, just like a Skyrim dragon on top of the house. Like how it lands in Skyrim, you know what I'm saying? That'd be sick. I feel like the music is pumping a little too loud right now. I'm gonna turn it down a little. I just kind of want it to be there when I'm not talking, because then it gets a little too quiet. But I'm trying to learn how to constantly talk. It's not easy, I tell you. Pulling shit out of my ass the whole time. I also need to turn down my headphones because I can't hear myself talk. Let's mix the green. You know, I'm just gonna make a lot of it so that it just takes a while to dry and gives you more time to work with it. I'm going straight for the undertone color, so like not these brighter leaves you can see, there's the color underneath that. And then I'll end up inevitably having to make that brighter color again. I'll tell you what though, I feel like I gotta bang out a fantasy painting next. I'm craving one. Got some ideas. Just like some smaller, quick ones. I'm not gonna spend like crazy amounts of time on them, but definitely want to make it some shit that's out there. Okay, that's what I need. I need red to make the yellow. Forgot about that for a second. Where's my red? I think this is it. Sweet. Wasn't until recently I've thought I could put red into green and it was gonna make it the sap green. I just kind of used my sap green paint tube. I guess as I've been painting, I'm still in the process of learning how to mix all these colors. But for this particular plant that I've been inventing in the painting, I'm going with a sap green. I mean, I technically don't know if this is sap green, but I'm calling it that because it looks like the sap green that comes out of the tube when you like buy sap green. So I guess like what I could say is like green with like yellow in it instead would be a better description. Not digging myself a hole. Alright. Got some of that green going. I'm gonna half that with some black. Allow a little bit of that white to get there. And I'm also gonna grab some blue. Toss that in there. Tell you one thing I've learned in this painting when it comes to color mixing is how ridiculously strong phthalo blue is when you're mixing it into any color, really. It just seems to be the most powerful color changer. Like compared, I guess white, it would be in like the next one up there in like power to change and alter the color when you're mixing the paint. Oh, I just put my hand in a bunch of paint. But I guess that's gonna happen, isn't it? Alright. I've managed to get my water ready this time, unlike yesterday. I almost couldn't talk by the end of it because I wasn't making sure that I kept drinking. So, on that note, time to take a drink. Because last time, mouth was a desert. I'm going to do a color test and see if I made the right green here. Not sure yet. Pretty sure, because I made it several times now. And it just at least has to be close. I gotta get some more water in this paint. I'm just gonna use the spray bottle here. And I find it to be easier than dipping my brush in the water and then having it one drip at a time. I don't know if people have been seeing the YouTube link on Facebook. I've just been tossing that up. Facebook doesn't like when you put YouTube links on it. Let's see, it's probably too bright. It is a bit too bright. So, it does need more black. Should toss more black into it. See what happens. Notice it takes a bit more black than anything else to really darken it. I think maybe it lost a little bit of the red. A little bit of the red got canceled out somehow. Scrape the last bit of yellow I have in there. Maybe I'll grab some of this green. Seems pretty dark now. Should be good. Maybe I should half cut it again. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna half cut it again and I'm gonna add more black to even that. And more blue. Make myself a super dark mixture. This is some video game music right here. The opening screen. Roll with those 3 greens there. I gotta work quick with acrylics when I'm making those variants because by the time I get done making the 3rd variant, the first one dried. But I'm watering it down to hopefully battle that. I don't use any mediums, like special mediums to keep it wet. I just kind of use water. There's a line though. I draw the line. There is a too much. Definitely way too much. Okay, see if I can get an even closer shot here. I'm gonna start tossing some in right there. I'll catch you later. Maybe the Z-Team games. Hell yeah, dude. Hope to see you there, man. I'm playing marksman. I'm committed. I think it might have overtaken the warlock. Okay. Make sure I'm in the screen here. Yeah, that's the color I want. I'll work with it. It's okay. It's not gonna be too visible yet till I probably get to the next highlight. You know what? It's actually not even dark enough. I changed my mind. I'm gonna add even more black to it. You can get away with darker blacks in the foreground. That's my theory anyway. Really start bringing out some of the darker colors in the painting. Although under the wheel wells of the truck, it's one of the darkest areas. At least in the references that I'm using for the truck. And I think it would make sense anyway, regardless of the light that day. Okay, that's super dark. I might have gone too far with it, but hopefully I didn't. And the black I'm using, called Mars Black, from experimenting with it, it seems to have inherently a little bit of blue influence from it. So like no matter what, as I'm mixing that black, the blue comes out, like adds blue. So it's something I keep in mind when I'm using black to alter color. At least the black I'm using. I know that some blacks favor towards different ways, maybe more red, maybe more blue. But my other theory is that the blue is taking over because blue is strong. It's a powerful color when it comes to paint mixing. Yeah, that's much better. That's actually showing up on the canvas now. I think the first color I picked is a little too close to the green. And now we finally paint. It's about how long it usually takes me to get going, pick where I want to work, mix the color, find the couple color variants, and get to it. Usually the layout of the painting happens pretty quick, but then these little sections take a long time. And I'm going to try to start making sure that they're bigger than the ones behind them. And I actually have to literally draw some of these weeds that I've been trying to learn, because they have these big kind of leafy leaves on them. And I'm just gonna go ahead, keep sketching these in here. Eventually you won't even see these dark colors here as much. It's actually mostly these plants. And I think once I fill in this corner, I will start adding some blue bonnets in front of the truck. Because there's definitely time. Definitely time. I'm just gonna pretend that this one kind of has a lot of overlap with this one. And I think what I'm experimenting with here is being a little bit looser with this color, because it can be a little bit more ambiguous, I think. The shapes and the highlights have to be a little bit more specific. So I'm kind of just making notes here. I used to struggle with this when I first started painting. The patience of just like detailing these little things. And it's not so much like I didn't enjoy it. It's that I would just not give them the time of day. Like not think about the little shapes as much as I should have been. I've tried to really break that bad habit. Really think about each plant. I guess what I was getting at is like what it would result in is me kind of just believing too much in the scribbles and not really trying to control actually what I was drawing. Let's keep some water on this green here. I'm actually gonna bring out some grass too, here and there. because some of these brush strokes didn't necessarily come out the way I wanted them to. I already knew I had to go back and fix them later, so here I am. And that's just kind of the way it goes. Like, I've already made so many mistakes, and that's fine. I think that's one thing I find really enjoyable about painting is like you can always paint over them, no matter what. I've had to really. There's been a couple really bad cases a few times that I had to really backtrack to get it back to what I needed it looking like. Like really backtrack. So. Hey Doreen, welcome. Glad you made it. Working on some weeds here. And like I said, I'm not being too concerned with the shapes yet. More with this, like the internal shapes of the leaves. The silhouette, I'm definitely concerned about. The silhouette's important. And I'll make sure to pan my camera here. So I'm just deciding to make this kind of group of them here, really bunched up. Or maybe there's a couple here. I found it's kind of good to go back and still even overlap with the things from earlier. Overlap is key. It really brings a lot of realism into the world. I feel like it can be scary to overlap sometimes and create those drawing challenges for yourself, but overlap done correctly is always really rewarding in the result it gives. Like a little thing, I always try to never like on the corners of things, of edges, especially in man-made structures, I try to always kind of put something there, like a object or a barrel or some sort of thing to break it up, break up the lines and where they connect. Kind of creates more mystery, I think, and allows the brain to kind of think about what's going on in the painting more. I think the more I can induce that, and someone sitting there thinking, like, what's the story behind this, the more the happier I am with my final product. This is a commission painting that's pretty straightforward, and I'm still really trying to think of a way to get a story into it. Maybe some sort of broken down object. I mean, the house and the truck and the shed tell a story anyway, because this is actually a real place that has a lot of story behind it. In Texas. The person sent me a picture of the house and the truck, and they wanted me to paint it because it's something that they really enjoy going to see where they live. So I'm guessing that's why she wanted me to paint it. But yeah, I don't really need to make up the story for that place, but definitely some things need to be scattered about. And I think down here on this bunch of them, I'm gonna have this, I'm gonna keep some water on my paint here. Kind of have a little cropping that branches off here. And you know, actually I gotta get my hair dryer. Sorry if this is loud. Sorry about your ears. But hair dryer is a great tool to have when you're acrylic painting, let me tell you. Great tool. Sorry, I got on and hit my camera there. It's on a very bendy arm thing. And the reason why that's good is because now I can go right in with the highlight. So I have this slightly lighter green mixed over here. And I'm going to take that and make sure I'm not going out of where I have the camera right now. Start there. And bring out these dark silhouettes with some shape to them. And because these are much closer, I'm going to take much more care in kind of how I'm detailing them, rather than blobbing them out and just kind of hoping that the paintbrush is going to make the magic for me. I think the closer you get to the foreground, at least in the style I like to paint, the closer I get to the foreground, the more I find myself being dependent on drawing, if that makes sense. So, as the objects and details come closer, I find myself having to really know how to draw them more. Rather than kind of, dashing a sea sponge for a bush. Which is fine. I mean, of course, the Bob Ross style looks great. Just everything in the painting has to be consistent with that style of detail. So if everything's going to be invented from brush strokes in that size, then everything all the way to the foreground needs to be done like that too. The good thing about those paintings is they'll always translate from a distance. I think that's fine. And I personally like to add a little bit more, so when the viewer gets closer to the painting, there's more to look at, more to find. But I've always just been into the detail anyway. I'm going to zoom out a little bit here, just so I don't have to pan as much. And just continue with these leaves. As I said yesterday too, in my last stream, it really helps to keep the paint at an inky consistency with small details, and using these little detail brushes I find just makes my life easier. And as I do this, you guys can't see my palette right now, but as I kind of detail these greens, I'm grabbing other little colors here and there and I'm just tossing them in, so that I'm getting little natural altercations in the green. And I think that's always going to bring a sense of little greater sense of realism. I think it kind of shows when I use too much of the same color, if that makes sense. So I'm grabbing some white here and some of the brighter green that I haven't used yet, and kind of making this alternate brighter green that I can use. Being sure to keep adding water to my brush, not too much. I'm basically just letting the bristles dip into the water. It's really easy to just like smash the whole paintbrush and wick it deep into the water, but I just really like to dip halfway down to the bristle. Just a little. And that's just enough water to keep it going. I do that often. It's not like every 15 seconds. It's like almost in between every brush stroke. And I've realized what happens with that is you can kind of get the brush in like a good condition to where the paint runs off of it for a good second. It almost becomes like a pen. Like right now, it's actually pretty good. I might have gotten it there already. Usually it takes a cup working with it a little bit and letting the paint get soaked into the bristles real good and getting the right amount of water, but I always, when I dip these detail brushes, I always roll a little bit and drag back. And basically it kind of keeps it at more of a point rather than it kind of turning into more of a blunt shape. So that's something that really helps me. Gotta really get up and close and personal with these leaves, huh? These plants get the most loving out of all of them in the painting. Gonna be here working on this part of the painting for a while. It's gonna take the longest. But I'm still not gonna, I'm going to try to avoid drawing every single little tiny detail as much as possible. As long as when I step back from the painting, it has a sort of overgrown look to it in the yard. Because I think generally that's the vibe of what this place looks like. Super overgrown, hasn't been tended to in a very long time. I always wondered what it is about humans and why do we like old things? Like, what is it about that? Is it the history behind it, like wanting to know what happened? Like, what is it about a abandoned, like, deserted house that everyone loves so much? I wonder, like, what in myself I admire about it. Maybe it's some sort of, like, symbol. Is it a symbol of death? Is it, like, circle of life? A reminder of the circle of life? How's the volume of the music, Doreen? Can I get some feedback on that if you're tuned in? Is it too quiet or is it too loud? I wonder. I mean, I could go check on like another browser and open it up, but I want to stay on the painting so my paint doesn't dry. Also, I find that, like, at a certain level of watered downness with acrylic paint, they start to behave a little bit like watercolor, which I guess is nice. So you can almost use what you learned from watercolor and acrylic painting in certain instances with like, for example, it'll lighten the color. Like, in watercolor, water is basically the same thing as adding white to your color, like in acrylic. Desaturates it and lightens it. And in the same way, if a color is a little bit too dark and you want to, like, preserve the color you have already, because when you add white paint, it's going to really desaturate it quick. If you want to preserve it and make it a little bit lighter, you can just add water, paint a little bit more transparently, let it dry, build it up a little bit to get the solid effect. That's one way I found around it. Could be a better way. There's always a better way, isn't there? See, like, I added some water to this, and it's much brighter. But, you know, the more water it has, the more it'll behave like watercolor in the sense that it'll dry darker. So, light colors dry darker, dark colors dry lighter. Slightly. And depending on which ones you pick and, you know, how much water you use, and there are some variables, but like, they aren't really worth mentioning because if you just kind of keep that in mind and then start exploring, you kind of just discover them immediately. And like, the more you play, the more you discover in technique. And I think that's the best way to learn technique. It's kind of like, it's good to like set yourself up in these situations that create these kind of paths you have to navigate and these puzzles that you have to solve, and like through solving those puzzles, you kind of answer a lot of your own questions. Like, I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I end up answering a lot of my own questions about how to do something by experimenting, rather than trying to find a how-to or a video. And don't get me wrong, that's part of it, but I definitely have more discovery in the act of it than I think in the like knowledge side of it, research side of it. I feel like the knowledge is just another tool so that you can add sort of like controls and constraints to what you're doing, so that there is some sort of organized chaos. But the more mileage, the better. Hands down. I think mileage is an unavoidable aspect to everything when it comes to art, or anything you're trying to get good at. Like, it just goes so deep into so many areas. Like, even just figuring out different ways to do brush strokes and how to draw lines. Like, that in itself is just something one can explore endlessly, forever. Like line weight and the direction and the energy lines can have, and the way you draw them, and with motion. So many books, there's probably so many books written on just lines, how to draw a line. So I'm taking my time here over in the, sorry, I forgot to pan again. I'm still getting used to this new camera thing. I'm kind of detailing some grass over here on the left. While I have these colors out. I'm going to try to make a new green here by taking this darker green and mixing it with my lighter green. Which reminds me, I gotta add some more water with my trusty spray bottle. I still find it a challenge to keep things like plants looking different enough from each other but the same. Because you think about it, it's like not one grass blade is growing the same as another, right? I don't think there's a such thing as an identical twin grass blade. Maybe there is, but I feel like they'll always be a little bit slouched in a different way. Gravity will be, you know, the thing got, maybe there was a windy day before, totally changed the direction of them. I just found that it's easy to really get locked in drawing the same shape over and over and over, and definitely line weight is one of those things that really helps vary that, rather than just changing the shape of something. So now I got some like five different greens going on here. And line weight and line is hard to control, I think, with paint, or harder to control with paint, because of the nature of like brushes and how they work. So it's it's easy to get like blobby with things, and I'm even getting too blobby with some of these grass blades. But it's okay, because you just come back in and wait for it to dry and you can fix it. Even though some of this music is pretty cheese, I'm glad that I can use the YouTube library now. So much better. So yeah, as you can see, I can get much darker here in the foreground. Really start bringing out the those little areas in the grass where the light isn't getting to. I could even probably go darker, but I'm taking it in increments. Make sure I stay in the shot here. Still much to work on. Sometimes I want to skip around, and I'll be in a zoomed in camera angle, and it just won't work out. I'm especially making different greens because I want the grass to be different than the weeds, a different color than the weeds, because they are anyway. And I'm just kind of randomly tossing in things here. Now I've found that I've been able to draw grass blades in both directions, in the sense of like it going from thick to thin. So I mean that's something you can experiment with. I think it depends on which angle my hand is. I find maybe I guess that drawing from the base of a piece of grass up and then kind of like I'll do it with my right hand like that, and then lifting off the paper, kind of have an easier time having it taper off with the line weight. But depending, like I said, I've had an easier time doing it the other way, so I don't know. So I'm going back in here with my really dark green because there's some spots in here that like the canvas didn't get covered in a way that I'd want, so I'm just kind of bringing that out. Definitely some darker things can happen in here. And I'll zoom out just a tad. I forget my monitor screen is tiny. You guys can see it better than I can. So, excuse me. I can just work on this general area and hopefully not get out of the shot too much. I'll go up a little more that way. Somewhere around there is good. And I'm going to continue with getting some darks in here. Especially right next to this truck, where there's not a lot of sunlight getting there. Yeah, used to be some dark blades of grass. You know, actually, you can go even darker. Gotta spray some water. I haven't even gotten to my lightest green yet. That's the danger of pre-mixing with acrylics that dry fast. I'm managing to keep it wet. I think I'll get to it in time, but one can only hope. I need to drink water though. I'm already feeling parched from talking. And it wasn't that long ago I took a sip. I don't think it was anyway. So this should be much more black Oh, didn't want to get that there. My theory is that I'm gonna get some of those grass blades that are like underneath the truck. You know what I mean? Maybe one pops out, like it's dark there and then it comes out of the truck, and I can give that a highlight later. And just so it's not too alone, I'll give it another one. It crosses, overlaps that, and then kind of disappears somewhere in there. I like it. Perfect. Alright. Can y'all hear me over the music all right? What time is it over there, Dorian? What time is it at Table Mountain? Sure, you found me on Facebook, right? That's where you popped up for the first time? Alright. Continuing with these little dark areas I'm trying to get in here. I find with these detailing phases that I just try to get lost in it a little bit and forget about how much more I need to do or how much longer it's going to take, and then just kind of look up after a while and realize like, oh my god, an hour just went by. What the hell? Okay, it's getting a little more depth, contrast here. That's what I'm looking for. I want the grass to be as 3D as possible. I don't know about what I just did there, but I'll roll with it. There you go, it looks a little better. Sip my water again. Feeling yawny. Might want to make some coffee. Coffee helps me get through these streams. It's the yawn preventing. The yawn preventer. Gotta still grab this dark green. Now, just for the record, if I hadn't been spraying my paint with water this whole time, that shit would have been dried like 5 minutes in. Not even an exaggeration. Not even an exaggeration. Kind of going back over some of these like really thick highlights that happened. That didn't necessarily like how they turned out. I think painting with acrylic, it's like a battle. It's always a battle between the highlight and the shadow. It's like, you overshoot the shadow, I'll get some highlight color. Overshoot the highlight, I'll get some shadow. So I try to have it all mixed, like the highlight and the shadow. It really helps to be able to jump back and forth. Unless I'm super confident about the layout, and like I know exactly where my highlights are going. Generally, I like to have both colors going. I need coffee too, man. You're inspiring me even more now. I know I'm gonna have to do a bathroom break soon, so on that bathroom break, I will probably start my coffee quickly, and then come back. And then at some point, while I'm still streaming, I will get up and retrieve my coffee, and all shall be well and good. All shall be grand. Okay. You know what? Screw it. I am going to take these plants all the way to the corner of the painting. Make some big ones here. I'm literally just kind of making this plant up right now. Just this. And occasionally there's like these little sort of smaller plants on the ground. They're like baby versions of the big plants. Coffee makes everything grand. Hey, welcome. Good to see you here. I was almost fast asleep, then you said coffee and it woke me up, so now I'm up boiling the kettle. Ah! You're making me want to make something so bad. Alright, it's gonna have to happen. It's gonna have to happen. You know what, I wonder if I can take you with me and we can all make coffee on stream together. Because I do have a Wi-Fi camera and I wonder how far, like I think it works through Wi-Fi. As long as I'm in the house. Rather than just tossing up the intermission. Kirsten's in the chat. Yeah. It's a party now. Everyone's here. Alright. It'd be funny to see that. That'd be cool. That'd be cool to know that like. It'd be cool to know that my camera goes that far. Coffee making on stream. Never been happened. Never been happened. Never been happened. Never has happened. That's what my brain wanted to say. But my brain instead said, never been happened. Painting party. Yes. Okay. Alright, you know, I'm just gonna totally fill that in. I don't even care. It's getting filled in. Bob Ross used to say, it used to make me laugh. He'd be like, alright, here's your bravery test now. We're gonna do the bravery test. Just cover up the whole thing. Oh, here we go. And then you go. Oh, man. Oh, Bob. Good sentence doing making. Thank you. I take lots of pride in my extreme genius levels of vocabulary and word craftsmanship. No one can beat me in Scrabble or Boggle. Not one person on this planet, because I'm just so superior in vocabulary and words. I know. You don't believe me. No one usually does. We about to make coffee, though. I'm not kidding. But I just want to get a few more leaves in here, because OCD, I don't know. I don't have OCD. I don't actually have OCD. I feel like people just say that. I know people actually have OCD, but I feel like a lot of people just say that because it's like an easy thing to just be like, oh man, I'm so OCD because I'm caring about this particular detail. I don't think it actually means I'm OCD. I think it just literally means like I just want to put a couple more leaves. I don't know. Maybe I'm looking too deep. Maybe I'm looking too deep into it now. Way too deep. Here's the thing though. I was literally typing a response about Scrabble and Boggle. I like Boggle. I'm glad we got Boggle. It's a good time. It's a good board game to add to the arsenal of board games. All right. Feeling good about this corner. I'll zoom out a little bit more and so you can see kind of what's going on. You know? These have to be tall. What's this, like, instrumental country? I'm gonna change that song. Okay. I'm too curious now, and I need coffee, so I'm gonna see if this works here. You ready? Mind anything that's messy. I gotta see if it disconnects. So far, still connected? Oh, you know what? I also realized you may not be able to hear me. Test, test. Let me see if I can do something really quick. Audio. Test, 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 test. Okay. I think the camera mic is working. Dope. Oh man. The cell phone webcam wins. All right. Here we go. Coffee time. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. So first, we must grind the coffee. We must grind. I wonder if it's still connected. Is it still connected? See, I don't know. I have to walk away from the computer. It's still connected. Can hear you great. Oh my god. This is the best. I'm gonna be able to do crazy shit now. Okay, so there's already some coffee beans in there, but I'm gonna add more. I like to fresh grind it. Yes. Now we must plug it in. Live GoPro action. Ready? Oh yeah, that was sick. All right, here we go. Holy shit. That was crazy. Alright, coffee's grinded. We must water. Yes, watering is a verb. We must water. I can't see chat right now, so. Yes. This is what I call an art stream. What do you say? Anyone just joining? I'm not at the computer, but I had to make some coffee, so yeah, we're gonna get back to painting soon. Doesn't let me do the double tap thing. I think that's enough water. Okay. I'm having to hold a phone at the same time, so this isn't easy. I'm doing my best. Alright. That goes there. Oh, splash it everywhere. Yes. Okay, so we heat that up. We're good. Oh, okay. One last thing. This is gonna be hard holding the camera. Okay, so here's what I'll do. Cabinet cam. You ever heard of cabinet cam? I gotta clean the French press. I use a French press. I don't know if y'all can hear me. You know what? Now I can test. Now I can test if the camera's still connected. Be right back. Yes! It works! This is great. I almost just fell when I slid. Be careful, kids. Don't do that at home. No, definitely do that at home. It's really fun to slide on your socks on a hardwood floor. Worth it. Alright, here we go. Live action rinsing. Oh no, I can't. I don't want to get the phone wet. I'm right here. I didn't go anywhere. Alright, we're prepared. Now, we can go back and wait for this water to boil. We can continue painting. Alright. Now that was a successful mission. I'm switching back to this microphone now, so the audio might have changed, but this is the better microphone. Just gonna plug in the charger. I'm just now catching up on chat. Can hear you great. Nice. Okay, my coffee making and sneaking skill has improved. I can imagine that Skyrim sound when a skill has improved. My son is asleep and I had to sneak in the kitchen without waking him and bring coffee. Yes. My coffee making skills are +1 right now. Still connected. Nice. Oh, this is awesome. Point of view art stream reality. Because artists are only as good as their coffee. So true. I'm so glad I tuned in tonight. I'm so glad you tuned in tonight too. Okay, I am equally as glad. All right. I want you to know that. Everyone, I want you to know that. Where is the brush I was using? Found it. Now I can't. I don't want to get too into having fun in the stream and forget that the water's boiling. So, or I should say, have too much fun with this painting. It looks like my green is still wet. That's good. This is my favorite stream ever. Yes! I've just got the best stream ever award. Our favorite stream ever, I bet. This stream will go down in history as the favoriteest stream ever. Okay. I'm in a mood today. And this coffee is going to make me more bouncy, which is what I need. That's what I need to get through this. Okay. Anyway. Focus, Jokum. Focus. Doesn't take long for that water to boil, so I probably only can get one more plant in here. Was that video? Don't worry, I'll mind you. Thank you. Was that video smooth? Like the whole time I was doing the coffee thing in there? Because I was only able to run back and like check. So, like only a few times. And it was a still shot in the cabinet, so I couldn't tell if anything was going on. I'm curious how far that'll go. Like, I wonder if I can go out on my porch or something. Adding leaves. So, something cool happened today. Got hired for a logo mural on someone's wall. So, I'm pretty freaking pumped about that. And that's going to be an experience. So, I got to start drawing up some concepts today. Yes, it was smooth. There was a teensy delay between the audio and video, but not bad. Yes. So I noticed that the second I started using the microphone camera, or I mean the phone microphone, it was a little late. But I feel like that's only normal because of how it has to go through like 20 million things before it gets to you. 20 million. Very much loving this corner that I'm not zoomed in on for you anymore. Sorry. There we go. Yeah. And interestingly enough, it's going to be an hourly wage instead of a quote. So that's going to be... It's going to be interesting. I'll take it, you know. Got to take the gigs I can get. It's kind of like coupled in with a paint job of the house. So, yeah. Pretty stoked about that. Because times have been tight. So, I'm glad the money is showing itself. Show yourself, money. I know you've been in hibernation. See, as an independent gig worker that freelances, it's like your money comes in like cycles, like the moon. It's like there's just these long periods of no money that comes in, and hopefully that changes someday, or there's constant clients. But there's times like that, like 7 months of just non-stop client, and then just dries up for a bit. That's why it's all about killing it while you do have the clients, so that you can have that time to you know. I don't have to finish my sentences for you. You know. I would suspect that my water boiling senses are tingling. So, let's go check on it. You think I'm right? You think I'm wrong? You think it's boiling already? Let's see. Time to switch microphones again. Oh yeah, it's boiling. It's boiling hard. I might have overboiled it. I might have burnt the water. Fuck. Oh shit. Now we must pour the coffee. I'm doing a bad film job, I'm sorry. I'm trying to twist this thing out of the coffee maker. Here we go. There we go, some coffee in there. And then we must let it steep before we press it. And damn, that handle's hot. Oh yeah, I'm so excited. This is gonna help me paint. I'm telling you, it's gonna help me paint. Okay. And then this. Yep, I gotta do dishes, I know. This is what I was using earlier. Alright. And now we press. Oh, it flipped. Was it upside down? Oh no. Oh yeah. The French pressing. That's some real live French pressing right there. Yes. Okay. And now for the most satisfying part. This is my favorite part because then you can smell how good the coffee smells. Oh yeah. Because the steam hits your nose, you know? So good. Now I'm just gonna bring the coffee with me because I know I'm gonna want to refill it. I have to go back for the mug though. Okay. We're good. We are ready. I have never been more ready to paint now. This is the best. I'm so excited about coffee. Even though I can't sip it yet because it's too hot. Okay. We're back. We're back. Switching to the other mic. Hope you can hear me. There we go. Awesome. I don't think I can pull off a mural yet. I don't know if I can pull off a mural yet. I did one though, so I think I can. And it's like a graphic, so it's not gonna be like a realistic thing. Should be easier in that sense. That was hilarious. I'm glad it was entertaining. I'll bring you for coffee next time. Okay. That's cool to know though that that was able to like go that far. That was a solid like. That was like a solid like 25 feet away from where I am. Yeah, you recognize that mug. Yeah, you do. I was wondering. We shall continue with grass now. I'm gonna really try to start bringing out some contrast. Some serious contrast. Zoom in there for you. My bad. There we go. Pan a little bit this way as I work my way to this section right here. Oh, I'm so glad y'all are here, hanging out. This is relaxing. I'm loving painting today. I love painting all the time, I guess. But sometimes I love it more. I extra love it. Yummy. Yes, you're enjoying your coffee now too. Did everyone just make coffee? You know what I'm missing? Kirsten knows what I'm missing. I'm missing chocolate for my coffee. I'm sad. I need a chocolate pastry for my coffee. Okay. Here we go. Oh man, this brush is like perfect right now. It's exactly that consistency where you can just like draw with it. It's so good. Painting loves you too. Aw, you mean it, painting? Thanks, painting. Or you mean like this painting? Or like the God spirit of painting loves me too. Like the omni spirit of painting. I don't know. No, I have my evening brew. Nice. Equally as good as a brew. I have some of those waiting in the fridge for me. But if I started drinking those now, this stream would probably start getting silly and taken away from painting. People are like, alright, let's go for a walk and talk on my wireless phone camera. The action of painting loves me. So sweet of you painting. Oh man. You know, I never thought I'd be drawing grass for a living. But I don't mind it. It's not bad, you know? I'll draw grass for a living. I'll take it. You know, I wanted to. Silly stream, never. Me? Yeah. What's a silly stream mean? It's just silly streams. Ground salad. Yes. We now call grass ground salad, everybody. Just so you know. That's what we call it on Planet Jokum. It's not grass. We have ground salad that grows here. So let me continue to create and paint my ground salad. I think these ground salad pieces going to need some attention and care. Attention and care. AAC. Or is it TLC? Tender loving care? Well, I like AAC. Attention and care. Alright? So I'm looking into investing in a drawing tablet that is comparable with the PC drawing. With the PC. Because drawing with a mouse is just not the same. But I accidentally blew my husband's power supply. Well... You mean, what were you drawing? You were drawing with... Oh, that's right. You told me you were drawing with a mouse. Well, what's your budget? That's my first question. What kind of money are you working with here for a new tablet? Because they go from $75 all the way up to $5,000, you know? So, depends on what you're trying to do. Also, his graphics card is used for mining crypto. So he's pissed. Now I have to cover that cost first before buying my drawing tablet. Well, that sucks. That you accidentally broke the graphics card. You broke the graphics card with drawing? Or it just broke? Or you break the graphics card gaming? Because if he's mining crypto, it should be a pretty powerful graphics card. I mean, I guess you could technically mine crypto with any graphics card, but it would be really slow with a crappy one. Well, regardless, after you pay off the tablet and resolve everything, what would be your budget, would you say, for your new tablet? What would you be willing to let go of? What would your wallet consent? Because there's like, I mean, and then also, you know, you have like the screen ones and the non-screen ones. Like there's a really, like, I drew on the cheapest one they have, which is like $75. It's kind of small, but it does the trick. The pen works great. And you have to look at the screen, and for that price, like, it'll blow away drawing with a mouse. Hands down, in my opinion. Like from a mouse, upgrading to drawing with the cheapest tablet out there is literally like astronomically upgrading when it comes to how much easier it is. About $200-300. Okay, you can get a really nice one. You could probably even find yourself a screen one where you draw right on the screen for that. There's a... See, the thing is, like, Wacom is like the Apple of tablets, drawing tablets. If I look really quick here, there's another name that I've read a lot of great reviews on, and it's a consumer-friendly cost. The one I have is a 16-inch screen, and it cost me about $750. But I opted in for some more fancy features because I'm constantly drawing, so with that many hours on it, I want something nice. And these are equally as nice as what I'm saying, though. But, you know, I probably might not even notice the difference between this one and the other one. It begins with an H. Let's see. Drawing. Huion, that's what it's called. Huion. Let me see here. And, you know, like you can opt in for like the HD model instead of the 4K screen ones. Yeah, look at this right here. Huion Pro, Canvas Pro 16 graphic drawing tablet. It's a 15.6 inch screen, so it's as big as mine. 8,000 levels of pressure sensitivity, which is what I paid for. And on Amazon right now, it's going for $379. That's an amazing price. And like I said, I was skeptical of these at first, but I've read a lot of great reviews on them. The only problems I've seen is that they said, like, you can have driver issues sometimes with the programs you're using, but if you know what you're doing on a computer, it's not that difficult to fix that. It's easy. But it's a screen one too, so you'd be drawing right on the screen. And I would say that that's the most affordable one I've ever seen. That's more than $400 less than what I paid for mine. There's even a smaller one here. There's a $259 one. It's a smaller 13-inch screen though. So, you know, it's all what you want to invest in. Yeah, crazy. I don't know what I did, but the case moved slightly when I got up and it was sorting out. It just started mining. He just started mining, but he's pretty clued up, however. I'm not that clued up. Yeah, I mean, it can happen. Like, there can just be freak things with graphic cards. It can happen. But if you're looking for, like I would personally recommend the screen, hands down. If you can afford the screen one over the other one, hands down, get that one. It's night and day experience. And the hand-eye coordination feels like you're actually drawing. The other one, the other ones can feel like you're a little disconnected from the paper, right? So I'm kind of going over some of the work I did before because it's just kind of an overlap thing, and I want the roots of the grass on this layer to be covered, and I have to start with the darkest color. So oh yep, I'm already feeling revitalized from the coffee. You know what I did forget to do though when I made this coffee? Oh, I just hit the camera with my chair. Was I forgot to go to the bathroom. Oh yeah, it's not bad at all, I'm gonna tell you, because immediately after my model, it jumps to the 4K screen, and it's immediately $1,500. And then after that, it goes to the ones that have computers in them, so it's like they're literally just computers and the drawing screen. Immediately $3,500. And then you get the 22-inch screen one, boom, you know, $4,000. And then you want a good graphics card in it with high RAM and the highest model, $5,500, easy. So that's the dream one someday, you know, because imagine having a 22-inch portable Wacom tablet. That would be insane. Full animation capabilities on the go. But I settled for less because it's like, as much as I need digital drawing all the time as a tool, and I do use my tablet all the time, it also works as a nice third monitor for your computer. But I always find myself going back to traditional media. Like, I'm just bonded to it. There's something about it. There's an organic way in which colors work, in which you have to navigate colors in traditional media that digital media has hard time simulating. Especially watercolor. I think the one thing that digital media still fails to simulate properly is watercolor. It doesn't quite, like, no matter how good the brush engine is, I don't think that it can really copy it, like, exactly, and feel and react the way water does. I am very excited to hop on a watercolor piece after this. Like a watercolor gouache piece. I have been dying to really start experimenting heavily with watercolors. There's just something about the way they work that I feel like it's going to end up being my favorite medium ever. But they're really difficult. And I guess that's what also draws me to them. I like a good challenge. So, not being afraid to like overlap what I already did and have those highlight leaves kind of shine through the dark areas here. I'm trying to like not be too the same here. There are these occasional moments where there aren't any of them growing and you can kind of see down to the ground with these little shrubbery things. And this base dark color is going to be kind of ambiguous, like I said, the form in it and the shapes, and gotta kind of work it from that. I'll zoom out a little bit here again. So I think I'm going to start adding some lube on it. Base blobs. Call them base blobs. Base color blobs for the bluebonnets. Just kind of block in of them like a tap. Not bad at all. Miss. Yeah, that's the cheapest one I know about, and you know, normally when you buy something cheap you compromise on performance, but according to what I've seen on YouTube video reviews and what people say, that it's just as good, you know. Especially if you're not super fine-tuned into it and like you're not someone that's been like working on digital tablets for 15 years and you're really fussy about how this one has this particular thing about it, and you know. See, the cool thing I like about the Huion actually that's better than mine is it comes built into it the hotkey buttons, which I love because I've had to program all my own keys on my keyboard for the program, and on the Huion tablet it has buttons right on it that you can press. Which I used to love about my old one. You know, I could program my eraser to one of them, the zoom. But the Wacom, it's just a smooth screen. There's no buttons on it, just the on and off button. So I'm just gonna kind of fill in this little bottom space here. So the Huion H610 Pro version 2 580 LPI Professional. Yeah, I haven't personally looked at that one. Is that like the next one up from the one I said? Yeah, I mean that's not much more at all. I'm sure you'll have a freaking blast on that thing. I love my drawing tablet. It's so cool. It's so cool how fast I can make something super rendered on digital tablets. I think that's what I like about them so much. Oh, seeing the chat box here, it's making me realize I need to move that. I don't want the chat box there. I guess I'll put it right here in the corner. And then I think I can choose how long it takes before the text disappears. So I'll do 20 seconds. The messages will chill on the screen. That would be the life. I can't even start to imagine what I can create with that. Well, it's because you can literally create anything. You have literally every single art tool at your disposal. Literally every single one. or a simulation of every single one. I'll put it that way. And some are more accurate than others. Some are way more accurate than others. It's got a bit too gray. Mixing some new greens over here. Yeah, I've been slowly learning about them too. I guess I'm just trying to decide which platform I want to put mine on. Just haven't gotten around to it yet. I want to do a platform that people can like use U.S. currency too. The ones I was looking at, you can only buy with cryptocurrency. I would happily trade my art for Dogecoin. Haha. By the way, anyone watching, please go follow my Twitter. I am going to be posting there much more heavily instead of my Facebook. I'm not really on Facebook anymore. I just kind of want to be posting the links to this place on Facebook to help transition. But go follow the Twitter. Please subscribe to this channel and hit the bell so you know when I'm going to be live. It goes a long way. Of course, if you enjoy what you see, don't just click it for no reason. If you hated my video, then I don't want you to click subscribe, of course. But I would much prefer to do my short posting form stuff on Twitter. And then I'm also going to be doing like YouTube shorts. Basically, YouTube has like a TikTok built into it now, which I love, so I'll be using that. So I'm trying to create like this sort of random ground shrubbery-ness over here. And I'm still not at the lightest green. I've diluted my lightest green to something a little bit darker that I'm going to use first, and then go from there. One little grass blade at a time, it will look like a fluffy rug of grass. I'm kind of excited to add the little kind of odds and ends about that are in the field out here and up next to the house and stuff. I haven't put any of that in. Trying to make a couple different shaped plants here. Change it up, you know. Like changing up this tune. All right. Color 2 for these plants, which I would call the mid-tone. see. Yeah, we gotta get a better zoom going here. Really watch the highlights come out because it's fun. Trying to keep my hand out of the way, but it's almost preventing me from not holding my brush at the right angle. At least you can see what's happening. I promise I won't switch platforms ever again. This is definitely the home base, YouTube. I'm already loving the way it works with the platform, and yeah, it's so much better. I'm debating putting the camera on the other side because I'm a lefty and I feel like it'll just reduce the amount of time that my hand is cutting off the brush stroke. You know what? I'm too curious. We're gonna make it happen right now, live. I'm gonna go for a little ride. Here, I'll zoom out so it's not sickening. I think it will just be better. It will just be better. Yeah. Now we have a different view. And I'm not on that loose piece of wood anymore, so I'm actually going to have more accuracy in bending it, I think. Hopefully. See, here, I got you a little farther away. Do that. And now I can zoom in. I'm actually arting along with you tonight for once. Yes! We officially have some collabing art going right now. I always encourage everybody to bring their art supplies and paint along with me. Cause I don't know, just it's cool to know that we're all doing art. Alright. Now I think we'll be able to see what I'm doing better. Make sure my face doesn't go in front of it. Oh yeah, you're gonna see everything so much better because I'm a lefty. You said you're arting along. What you working on? What are you painting? Or drawing? Or what's your medium of choice? I accidentally grabbed the lighter green, so I'm just running with it. I can't believe you've been using a mouse, Doreen. It's epically hard to draw with a mouse. Gonna darken up that a little bit again. Messy pastels, ooh, those are good. You can get some super cool effects with pastels. They're almost like paint, they're very close. In the way they look, I think, the way some people get them. I didn't know you had messy pastels. I gotta be careful, I keep grabbing the bright highlight. I gotta grab the kind of bright highlight. So it's called kind of bright green. Ever hear that? New favorite color, kind of bright green. I would say I'm like using army-ish, army green color, earthy green right now. Let me make sure. Okay. Mine won't look good, it's just stress relief. Yes. Art is very good stress relief. It's why I constantly paint and do art. It's also because I enjoy it. It's not because I'm stressed out. All the time. Or it does help me when I'm stressed out. So much better now that I'm not blocking the paint strokes. Why didn't I just do this before? I think it's because it blocks my computer monitors, so that was bothering me. Oh, that reminds me, I gotta plug it in too. Let me see if it reaches. See if... I think it might. Hopefully. Gotta block it for a second, sorry. Come on. Oops. There we go. Okay. There we go. And now I can like be closer to my palette too with the camera like this. Don't have to lean so far away. I think I want to switch to my AirPods. These headphones are uncomfortable. Time for a coffee refill. That's all that I cut on usually when I'm super stressed. once I tried acrylic pouring and that was messy, but that's fun. I've never tried acrylic pouring. That does sound really fun. I don't blame y'all for wanting to try acrylic pouring. Are you talking about Anna, Kirsten? Anna does some great acrylic pouring. Shout out to Anna. Go check out her stuff. Anna from Two Cities, One World. It's her band. I don't know how to direct you to her art page, but if you find her band, I'm sure you find her art. I actually have a painting. I have like 3 of Anna's paintings in my house right now. You know what else digital can't imitate that I love about traditional medium? Is having more than one color on your brush at once. That's something you can't really do in digital. That can happen with traditional, which I love. And you can see I'm being more deliberate with the highlight shapes. Yes, you are talking about Anna. Nice. I have one of the. By the way, your chat is showing up sooner than you probably think. I'm just like painting, and then sometimes it takes me a second to look over and see what you said. But I think it's showing up a little bit sooner than you might think. I have one of hers that she gave me when I stayed with her in St. Louis. Yes, that's right. Yeah, hers are really cool. She really figured it out, that style. I wouldn't mind using the paint I have to do some acrylic pouring, because I have all this really cheap craft paint that I don't think I'll ever get to because I ended up really liking the more expensive paint better. We should use that paint, do some acrylic pouring. That would be really fun. I'd be down for that. I've always wanted to try the one they do where they get the cup and they put it on like a rope and it like swings, you know, and it just like swings over the painting, and like I think that'd be fun to try. Hang it from the ceiling. I always thought that created some cool designs. Are you how you do the perfect circles? It'll do like the, you know, it'll organically dissipate the energy in the swing and create perfect ovals and patterns with the paint. I agree. It's hard to draw with the mouse. However, if I can draw pretty well with the mouse, I will definitely be awesomely great with a drawing pad. I can only imagine the possibilities. Yes, I will attest to you that you will be much, much better instantly not drawing with a mouse. I have some crappy paint too. Let's do it. Yes! Let's combine crappy paint forces. Crappy paint forces unite. Yes. And then we shall pour. I have like a crap ton of canvases too, so I don't mind blowing through a couple of canvases. They don't gotta be big ones, you know. We can just do tiny pouring paintings. Sounds fun. Man, I'm so relaxed right now. Sometimes I get in these modes and these little detail sections. I could just sit here and just draw little blades of grass forever. Not forever. That'd be too long. I'd definitely get sick of it for forever. Definitely not forever, but for a while. Definitely want to be realistic. I think I want to. I gotta start making some that are a little bit bigger, a little more drastic. Show a little bit more of the leaf. Make them a little more 3D in the way that I'm shaping them. Like kind of having that leaf come towards you there. Now I'm kind of allowing this to be messy in the same way that I allowed the black, the dark green undertone to be messy. Just little tiny gaps of the black. Just until it doesn't feel good anymore. Oh, sorry for that close-up of my nose. There you go. You like that? I gotta remember not to do that. And yes, I'm down just for completely covering a room with plastic. Dexter style. Dexter style. I knew what you meant immediately. Making a painting mess. Yes. Yes, please. Yes, 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 yes. I'm so in. That is a fun day. And eat mushrooms too. Shiitake mushrooms, of course. We all know I meant shiitake mushrooms. I'm so excited for this bright green highlight. It's almost time. I'm getting close. And then blue bonnets. And then I'm gonna re-bury the blue bonnets, the base of them, back into the brush with like recreating these greens again. That's my plan. Maybe I'm taking an extra step for that, but whatever. It's whatever works. That's how I look at it. Like, if I'm getting the desired result, like I don't care if I took an extra step. As long as, you know, it's not completely unreasonable. Almost got it filled in. Good thing there aren't some crazy evil crows in this scene about to suck our souls into some crazy ass berries or some shit like that last painting, because that was scary. It's too bad. So that painting actually got stolen. So I sold that painting to Stephanie, which is where she normally is hanging out in chat right now. She's actually traveling. She's a very consistent stream fan, but it's a painting that you can go see on my website. It's called Willowwood. There's actually another print of it still available, but apparently she was having house renovations and the painting mysteriously disappeared. So that's very unfortunate. I hope they liked the painting. Whoever stole it. Hope it didn't destroy it, but whatever. Little do they know, I'm not a famous artist yet, so it's not worth anything. Ha ha ha! Joke's on them. Oh, man. overdo it. I want to leave some of that black in there. I just gotta make sure that these leaves continue to increase in size. I think before I move over and repeat everything I'm doing here all the way across the painting on the bottom, I want to get the blue bonnets going here and just make sure I get them right and just kind of figure out how to paint them. I kind of do that in my painting. As I'm painting, I'll essentially get to certain points and I'll use a test area. And once I figure out how to draw those blue bonnets, how I want to draw them, then I will have the technique and I'll just fill the rest in. I cannot believe it. We've already been going for 2 hours and 14 minutes. I can't believe it's already been 2 hours and 14 minutes. It went by so fast. Oh no, but they clearly thought it was valuable. I wonder. Like, if it was actually stolen, like, I wonder. I wonder what they saw in it, you know? Or, like, if they thought it was, like... Yeah, I know, it's funny. I could see, you know, if you knew it was, like, a recognizable artist, but... I don't know. Yeah. Imagine they like brought it to a pawn shop and they got like $2,000 for it or something. It's like convinced the guy. Oh yeah, it's Joachim Coppolino. And for the record, guys, remember how I was talking about earlier how you can extend the life of acrylic paints even though they dry fast by using a spray bottle? I have used the same things I've mixed now. I've been painting this whole time with the greens that I mixed at the beginning of the stream, and it's been 2 hours and 16 minutes. Probably a little bit less because I didn't mix them right away. But still, I mean, I claimed that it extended it to like a half hour, 45 minutes more. But we are now 2 hours and counting, and this paint is still workable. It's still covering. It's still maintaining its pigment. And yeah. And if anything, it has the best consistency right now, or viscosity for detailing. It has that perfect inky texture to it, especially when it's sprayed like this. But that makes me happy because this means that I can go to the bathroom and not worry that I have to lose these greens. So I am going to be right back. I'm going to go to the bathroom. A couple minutes. I'm going to leave a video up with you. I brought you with me to go make coffee. I'm not going to bring you with me to go to the bathroom. I'm sorry. I know you guys are probably really disappointed about that, but yeah, not going to happen. But I'll be back. I'm going to leave up a silly video that I made a little while ago, and hopefully you enjoy it. Let me see here. But if you plan on hanging out, please keep your art supplies out. I plan on painting for much longer, so hopefully we can continue chilling. See you in a minute, guys. Hello, I'm back. Thank you for waiting. Can only not go to the bathroom for so long, you know. When people start stealing your art, you know you are on the right path. And they like it so much that they would make so much effort for stealing it. Well, I guess that's a positive way to look at it. Yeah, I mean, can only imagine their intentions, but I guess it's more pretty to say that they thought it was valuable. So now for the fun part, I'm going to get my green that's the brightest now. And I haven't even gotten to the sunlight yet. So that's going to be the last highlight here. Let's see, make sure I'm working in the frame here. That's a little out of the frame. Let me zoom out slightly. Yeah, I realized the board that this was mounted on before was making it increasingly difficult. Go with that. So I'm actually going to... I know that's a little cut off. I'm working to the left, so I'll be back in the shot soon. What I was gonna say is I'm actually gonna start drawing these leaves out a bit with this color. It's my last chance to really bring some form and recognition into your brain when you look at it. I'm thinking sometime in the near future, like not near, like a couple years. I'm interested in trying to get some sort of art class going locally where I live. I want to sophisticate my painting skills a little further first. My drawing and painting skills a little further. However, I think it would be really fun to build a little community around teaching art in a different way that's not existent in this area yet. I don't even know if that's even existent around here. Art classes. Well, I don't even know if I hold anything for people to learn. Like, there's a lot of information out there nowadays, and it's all so available. I could just be preaching to the choir, you know? But I think that's why I want to develop to a little bit more of an impressive level before I attempt. Or not impressive, just I want to really know this stuff, you know? I want to know it where I'm breathing it. I don't even have to think about it. When it comes to explaining how to get to a certain result in the way that I decided to train myself to. Yes, you can be my student. Anyone can be my student. I think I could probably break it up into multiple levels, like beginner, intermediate, advanced, or something. It's something that it's like it's an early idea. I'm planting the seeds in my brain about. But I think that would be fun. I think it would be really fun. Oh, this is nice. Like, I really wouldn't mind settling down somewhere in an area and really building a little art school, like a little building where just all things are. Hell, even have a little corner in it where you sell some art supplies that are hand-picked, know that they're quality, you know? People can go there and know that we only sell the good stuff. Me too. I chose the one, please be our master. And also teach us the perfect over the shoulder throwing random things into shit. Oh man. Alright, I'll let you know when the classes start. I don't know if I'm the chosen one. I mean, I think Neo from the Matrix. He's the chosen one. Or no, Dovahkiin. I'm not the Dragonborn. The Dragonborn's the Dragonborn. I'm not the Dovahkiin. Y'all are funny. Y'all are funny. I personally think I mixed this green a little too dark here. There we go. It's more like it. It's so nice to have this camera over here. I got a zoomed out shot of it. Really helps get the perspective. It's already drying much lighter. Can't believe it. This green is just as wet as when I first mixed it. And if anything, it's working better than it was because it's got just the right amount of water mixed into it right now. It's the best. Gotta be careful not to draw this highlight all the way down to the bottom of the stalks of the plants because I will essentially be spinning my wheels, creating more work for myself. Don't want to do that now. Do want to check a reference of mine here on my screen that I can't see now because of the camera, but that's okay. I'll tell you, throwing random things to land perfectly into things is not easy. That is harder. I would say that is much harder than painting. That is 100 times harder than painting to do. And quite often it's actually completely impossible. Depending on what you decide to try. But since it got so popular, since back in the day when I started doing it, people have pushed the limits of it to absolute ridiculousness now. They've done what I've dreamed of and more, to levels that they had to have sat there for weeks trying it every day until it finally happened. Just to roll the dice every day until they got the shot. Like, I've seen some shit of them, like, throwing toothpicks into, like, a little straw. Like, it's, like, ridiculous. But see, my thing was always, I'm never gonna look. That was my joke. Was every single shot has to be behind the back, not looking. Because, I don't know, I just thought it was funny. That's where it started. I just thought it was funny. So, like, if I threw the toothpick into the straw, I'd have to get the toothpick into the straw behind the back. Then it would be valid for me. Some of these tracks get super trippy, huh? This is the YouTube music library that they let me use. It's like Kokiri Village of Zelda. That's what it sounded like for a second. I'm so happy I made this coffee. And I'm choosing to, like, super render my foregrounds. I just like the way it looks. I like the style that it gives, I guess. I could be more paintbrush effect about it, but I find this to be more towards what I want it to look like, for me, personally. So, and I guess that's what it's about in the end, right? Now, I don't want that to look like a super... Something's gotta, like, overlap this thing. That's not part of it. And I'll just come back in with a little... This is what's good about having all the colors ready right here, because I can just, like, immediately add some dark back over the light. I keep punching my coffee over here. I gotta move it. Could have even gone darker there. I'm trying to just toss in a plant that's in front of this one that is right here. So I don't want that one to just look like a giant, because it looks like it's connected to this one, you know what I mean? Gotta grab some black. And this is a morning sunset that I'm going for. So I don't want it to be too bright in a certain way. This is like some shit that would play on like your baby's lullaby toy. Alright. I had to change that, sorry. They're not all gonna be good picks. After all, it's kind of like, here you go, free generic music that I get to use that YouTube gives me. So. And I read between the lines. I said, I can use it. I can even download the music and use it in a video edit, which I actually really like. And it's not an endless vault of choices, but like once you reach like 10, 15,000 songs to pick from, I'm not gonna make enough content, I don't think, for someone to be like, oh, I could tell you used track 7,000 from the Google library there, pal. Doesn't look like you're that original, huh? After all. I don't think that's gonna happen. Maybe it will. Maybe it will. So I actually mixed a darker green that was darker than the one I even started with, because I realized as I started highlighting that it wasn't dark enough for the contrast that I wanted. I don't want it to be too sharp. Like, I don't want the details of the scratch to be too sharp. I am bringing it a lot of the way. I'm definitely defining a lot of the leaves here. Deciding to. But only these really immediate close ones. Really. Those are the ones. And hopefully I can get a sort of a smooth blend of that into the ones more closer to the truck. That was a bit intense. The dab of the finger worked in that instance there. I just, when I do that, I make sure I don't move my finger, like when I dab, I don't slide it ever. I just right on top of it and then off again, and that it'll just pick up just enough paint, just a little bit of paint. I find the most realistic changes in color to be the more subtle changes. And highlights are dangerous because if you overdo the highlights, it tends to draw attention to every part of the painting. I think the subject of the painting should be the thing with the best highlights, or the best points of the painting. I bet the Dragon Board would definitely go on a mission to find the stolen painting and bring it back. Yes, that's a good mission for the Dragon Board to go on. You know, I may actually extend this one palette I've mixed for this entire time that I've painted, and now we're almost going on 3 hours, so it's debatable to say that you can just keep your paint wet the entire time as an acrylic painter. Because I feel like that's a lot of the big draw to oil is that it doesn't dry. You don't have to worry about it. But when you want it to dry, now it won't. I feel like this is the best of both worlds. I mean, it just takes a little bit of a learning curve to learn how to control it. I'm going to pan a little bit more now to the corner. Get just the corner in the shot there. I want to see where I get in front of the camera. Okay. So, what about now? Oh wow, it takes quite a bit for me to finally get in front of the camera. So, let's see, right there. So, I don't even lean that forward anyway, that's fine. So I'm coming in with this dark green, essentially treating it like a pencil to kind of draw and sketch out some of these plants and define them a little better. I'm kind of just tracing around the natural things that happened when I dabbed the brush here earlier with random textures. That's something I find also very effective when trying to invent detail in your painting is like kind of getting a bunch of organic blobs with your paintbrush and then outlining some of those blobs with other colors and kind of using them to make the object you're trying to make. And it works the best with like things that have consistent textures like dirt, coral reef, the bark on a tree. So you can kind of like indefinitely dab bark chunks onto a tree and then kind of go in later with a little bit darker of a brown and draw the spaces in between the bark and then kind of start using what the brush strokes did to draw the bark. And it's like often enough if the brush strokes are right, it literally is like it already drew it for you. The brush strokes already drew the bark for you and you're just like accenting a couple things here and there to help the brain take it the rest of the way. I'm actually bringing more black. I'm actually going to make it even darker. Also, another thing that I've noticed that wetting the paint does with a spray bottle is it kind of puts this like film of water over the top of the paint that kind of prevents it from hardening. Because what happens with acrylics is if you have a blob of paint on your palette, it kind of gets a shell, and then like inside of it, the paint stays wet. So, and then sometimes you go to like dip your brush in it, and it just like stops on top of the blob, but you have to then like I'll have to take my knife and like break it open. Yeah, it's more of the black I needed to use. And I'm still like kind of not really drawing exact leaf shapes. I mean, in some cases I am. But only if it calls for it. Still trying to keep the details in a way that it's suggestive. So that I'm not really telling your brain exactly what I want you to see. I'm giving you I'm giving your brain enough to work with is my goal. Anyway, I'm not saying I'm doing that now. That's my goal, is to give the viewer's brain enough to work with. So that they're doing most of the work for me when it comes to perceiving what I'm trying to get onto the canvas. If anything, understanding how the brain views color and perspective saves me time in drawing. It's like understanding where I don't have to do something because the brain's not even going to pay attention to it anyway is just very valuable, I think. And that's something I'm still working on, because it takes a lot of trial and error, kind of stepping back from my own work and seeing if it's happening. I find that's why they say a lot of people to draw your main idea small first. Don't start big and then blow it up, because you end up only drawing the important things. And if your painting doesn't make sense when you zoom out from it, then it's not going to make sense at all anyway. And the balance of contrast and drawing the eyes to where they should be in the painting is very difficult to achieve. And it's something that I still feel like a beginner with, but I have a lot of work to do. I admire your patience. It's like the visual art version of writing in inference. Is that what that says? Inference, yeah. The chat screen is really far away from me. It's hard for me to see. I wonder if I can make the text bigger. Oops. Sorry, something happened on my stream there. Distracted me. Yeah, I don't know. I find this part of the painting, honestly, to be the most enjoyable often. The part where I kind of have to work quick and lay it out, and it happens all really fast, is like I find that tends to be more stressful, but stressful is not the right word. It's like just I guess it's more involved, to where with these kind of details it's very meditative. I feel like I can kind of space out and just kind of let myself get into that zone and just let the paintbrush go where it wants to go. And I know that's such a overrated thing to say, because there is a lot of intention and training in where my brush goes, of course, but still there is definitely a element of allowing in painting. Allowing, especially in wet media, where it kind of moves and it changes as it dries. As an artist, you're kind of subject to the laws of nature and the way physics works when it comes to liquids. And so in a way, there's a lot that's out of my control and that I have to kind of relax into when it comes to how I'm detailing the paper. So I guess in a way it's like, it's relaxing because I'm watching what's happening at the same time, kind of just like touching the canvas, and I'm just like seeing what it causes, and then through that make my next choice. If that makes sense. I've kind of had to transmute waiting for something to be done or impatience into like, it's almost like I kind of get a little, it's a little sad almost. It's like it's a little bittersweet when a painting is over and when I finish a painting. It's like I almost kind of enjoy these so-called tedious stages so much that when they're gone and I have to move on, it's like, kind of, it was relaxing just being able to know what color I have and know what color I need and just sit here and detail it up and not have to think about it. And because at this point in the painting, it feels like I'm just using a pencil right now and I'm just drawing in some lines, and I know exactly what I need to draw. But I'm sure that's also a lot of muscle memory and relaxing into the process to just let it happen. Oh yeah. Oh, it's a lot. It's a ton of muscle memory. I mean, that's what I was kind of hinting at too. Was like what I was saying was like, there's definitely a lot of intention in my brush and a lot of like training that goes into what I'm doing and why I decided to do it. But at the same time, there is a element of like kind of natural chaos to it that I have to let happen. But absolutely, I mean, like one thing I always say is I'm grateful that like I decided to draw a lot first before I painted, because there's so much that you still have to draw when you paint that like I think just a lot of experimentation with lines and shapes was already there for me before I started painting, so that it was just a matter of figuring out how to get those lines and shapes to come out of a brush rather than like knowing what kind of line and shapes work. And it's like I don't know all the lines and shapes that work. It's a never-ending discovery, but I definitely have a library built up of shapes and lines that I know that work. Like if I'm doing leaves and trees and bushes, it's like I have a library of textures that I've already worked with that I know that will look something like that. And then I can alter and tweak them to look like anything from there. And that's where it gets infinite, but yeah, there's a library. I mean, there's no such thing as any artist having to not use references. I mean, just walking through the world, you have to study what things look like to even be able to draw them, so. It just gets easier and easier, but I guess to a beginner, it's like, I would say it's to remind yourself to not get tight about it and just let it go sometimes. Because often, like, too much restraint and not putting enough paint on the canvas doesn't allow enough discovery. And I think there needs to be enough discovery in order to know and learn those different things that you store in your mental library that come out later on when you're painting again. And because perspective and reality, how we see it, all is geometrically perfect. You can analyze everything in the universe geometrically and break it down. Really, like you don't really need like it's kind of slightly false when someone says like you need to have a good memory to draw from your imagination. It's like half the story. It's more that like you need to have a good library and understanding of shape and how shapes become manipulated to create everything that you see, everything that you know. It's not memorizing every teapot, it's knowing how a teapot is constructed, and then therefore anything similar to a teapot you can draw. And a reference will just take you a little bit the rest of the way if you need to. And there's no shame in using references. When I was a really young artist, I was really stubborn about using references. I wanted to like draw it from my head only, but it was just a silly thing because you can't draw anything from your head without looking at it anyway. So I was just not seeing my ignorance there. But it's way more about understanding how what something is made out of than memorizing exactly what it looks like. And that takes off the burden like completely of having to know what everything looks like, because it's debatable that no one knows what everything looks like. And the stronger that gets, the stronger understanding of like how to make something look like something, then you can visualize anything you want in your head and just be like, okay, well, these are the shapes I need to use to make that. It's not like, oh, I need to go look up what it looks like. It's just like, I mean, you know, and then the difficulty will change depending on what your subject is. Like, if you draw a car engine, like, a car engine, there's definitely some really specific parts in there that you have to know that will translate like a car engine. But at the end of the day, it's a bunch of cylinders and spheres and cones. And I think that's another part of drawing I find really enjoyable is there's like a puzzle side to it, where everything you're trying to draw is this sort of like 3D jigsaw puzzle or sculpture that you have to figure out. And I definitely love that about it. I find that really fun. Hey, that's totally fine. Thank you so much for hanging out, Durian. It's been great to see you again. I'm glad you're still around, and hope you get some good sleep. It's actually 7:30 here now, so take care. Have a good day, night too. Whatever it is over there. I'll see you next time. I appreciate you keeping it open too. It's really kind of you. I'm still doing the same thing I have been for the last several minutes. I'm bringing in some deeper blacks here. Kind of separate a lot of these pieces of grass. The process to me definitely, it becomes like exciting once I relax into it after a while. It's like, it's almost like anytime I'm out in the world and I'm walking around, I'm doing anything when I'm outside my studio, I am just always fascinated about the way things look, so I'm constantly trying to think about how things are constructed too, and that helps. I mean, that's going the extra mile, you know, trying to train your brain what things look like all day, rather than only when you're sitting down and drawing. But things like that will accelerate the process of improvement. In my experience, they did anyway. And so, one thing I'm kind of doing right now, there's all these like really tiny little spaces in the canvas that I didn't necessarily get paint to, because canvas has all these little pores in it, and sometimes the paint just doesn't cover. And I like to go around and tighten those up because I just think it really makes the painting feel more solid and covered and just complete. Of course, sometimes they'll translate as a texture that needs to be there, which is fine, of course, and you don't touch it, but. Yeah, I'm just about ready to move to the next highlight. I'm gonna go over here, which you can't see. I'm gonna pan a little bit. I'm gonna open up my view of the stream. See, blow it up on this screen over here. Starting to look like fluffy grass. The more I add those blacks in between. It was way too thick. See, I can just with that inky consistency that I have the paint right now. Like, I can accidentally blob that on like that. Look, as long as I get to it in time, it's gone. Completely off. Not even an ounce of pigment left behind. Or even if there was, you're not gonna notice it. It's cool to watch the zoomed in shot and the bigger view at the same time. Sick. I'm making it a staple now for sure. I'm so glad that makes it more dynamic like that. Yeah, like looking over here now on my screen, when I look at the bigger zoomed out version, it's like you can't even see the effect I'm having as I touch the canvas. Really, you can't even really see it. And I can imagine how much more boring it would be if that was the case like that all the time or for the entire stream. I also the fact that it's on a bendy arm and I can move it makes it so much better too. I had to order it off Amazon. I didn't have it before. It's life changing. And all my greens are still wet, so I can still come in and. Cause I would just call what I just did I kind of made a mistake. And. Come right back, fix it immediately while I'm there, because I guess that's another good point to make, is if you don't fix the mistake right away, I mean sometimes you can't fix a mistake right away, but if you can, I'd recommend doing it, because like it's easy, especially with like small grass details like this, I find that it's easy to forget what you missed later, and maybe that's just me, but it's hard to remember, like, oh, this specific little tiny leaf right here, I forgot to fix that highlight on, and then that can slip its way into the final product never being fixed. Wouldn't want that. Especially on your commission piece, right? Something that has to look right for the client. The zoomed in view is fascinating, but you don't see what those tiny details add until you look at the bigger picture. You're absolutely right. It's so cool to know that that's translating. Because I'm actually finding it really cool to have a zoomed out view and see like, oh wow, those blacks I added are actually starting to make it look like if I put my hand on the canvas, my fingers would just floof into the grass, and the grass would go in between my fingers. I want to getting that 3D pop going, you know? I'm actually going to have to go in with even darker blacks. I'm going to have to push it even further. But I'm going to save that for last, for the final adjustment stage. Kind of adding little underbellies of the leaf here, and it was a bit dark, so I'm going to tap it off. It's great I can use this phone camera because it ends up being the best stream camera that I have because it has a 4K sensor on it, so it works really good for the zoomed in shot. It's actually kind of decent quality. Creates a really cool illusion of texture. Sweet. I'm glad your brain sees that too. Because if your brain sees it, then I'm doing some sort of an effect right. That's something I noticed too. Is as artists we can be visually biased towards our own illusions that we're trying to create. And I can't tell you how often someone's looked at one of my works of art in the past, and they have said, like, oh, this looks like this little thing over here looks like this, but really it wasn't what I was trying to draw. And kind of realizing, like, oh, like, I can see it because I knew what I was trying to draw, but I didn't make it clear enough so that no matter who's looking at it, it's immediately what I wanted it to be to every person out there. So it's really confirming to know the things you say and like that feedback. So thank you. It actually helps me improve to hear that feedback tremendously. So like, you guys commenting actually is helping me improve as well. It's part of my artistic journey. I know I didn't pan over there. I jumped for a second. I saw something I had to fix. I pretty much have to custom draw every single little blade of grass is basically what's happening. But that's okay. That's how the foreground goes. Before you know it, it's done if you just keep to it for a while, though. So I noticed about these kind of things, they don't take as long as my brain tends to think they will. I feel like I tend to think things will take longer than they do. They end up taking. Okay, I'm gonna have to move my camera again here, and I'm gonna move it to the front grille of the truck here. I'm gonna add some of the darker contrast blacks there. A little more. There we go. Because I feel like it's still close enough where you're going to see them. It's not really like, you're not going to see atmospheric perspective from 15 feet away, so. You know what? I'm sticking, so I'm actually going to take, what it is, I'm sticking with my hand here, like, on the side. So cover your ears. Ready? Hope that wasn't too obnoxious. And I'm just continuing here with some very small detail work. This brush is just working so good for me right now. Definitely got to take advantage of when your brush is working really good. Can't always manage to get my brushes in that state. That was so not ASMR. What was not? Oh, the hairdryer. Yes. The hairdryer, yep. Nope, that was not ASMR. I'll just mute the mic next time I do that. And basically all I'm trying to do right now is make these leaves pop out at you a little bit more by adding contrast to the highlight. Major contrast. Added more water to my palette. Spray bottle. It really wasn't that bad, but I have to give you a hard time occasionally. Yeah, the hairdryer. Good, well, I'm glad it wasn't that bad. Focused right now. Teensy details. Requires intense concentration. I have to whisper. Shh. Be quiet. just a little tiny. I didn't fill in right below this yet, so I'm not like with the base colors yet, so I'm not gonna go detail in there yet. I'm actually gonna pan. I'm gonna be panning to the left again here to the side of the truck, because I have some unfinished business over there that must be dealt with, or we all die. No, I'm just kidding. That's not gonna happen. Pan you over right here. Come on. There we go. Okay. Not quite. Not quite what I wanted to do. It wasn't supposed to be that big. I don't have enough water on my brush. That's the problem. Need more water. Alright. This should be exactly what I need here. You gotta get, I guess the best way to describe the consistency of paint I'm talking about is it has to be thin enough for one bristle on your brush to be able to carry the paint onto the canvas. And I would call that the ideal detail brush viscosity or thickness of paint. Because sometimes you need a line to be as thin as a single bristle of your brush. Like right now, I need this to be as thin as a single bristle on my brush. So basically, I'm trying to just get the corners of things right now. I am kind of hyper rendering, but that's okay. Like some of these details are actually like this little section of this truck is almost done. Like actually a done part of the painting. So like if I see that as I'm painting, I don't care about like finishing up a little 2x2 section for good, and just knowing like, oh well, that part of the painting's done. And once I start seeing those happen, we are getting to the finish line, which is exciting. It's exciting for me. I find often commonly non-exciting things exciting. But it's the small things in life, I guess, for me. The very, very small. Very small. And these really thin bristle lines are really good for the individual grass hairs. I'm sorry, the individual ground salad pieces. When I came in here originally with a fan brush and did these grass parts here, some of them got a little out of control. So I'm fixing that now. Time to dip the brush. I pretty much dip Especially a detail brush, I literally dip it every single time in the water before I go to use it. Every single time. Every time. So right there, a little too much water. A little too much water. I mean, I've pushed this single mix of paint, and it's acrylic. This is acrylic paint. We are on 3 hours and 23 minutes now. I would say it's noteworthy. So one thing that does end up happening though, that you should know when it comes to watering down paint, is that the pigment starts getting a little weak. In the sense of mixing, like you'll start realizing that if you mix the paint together with other colors, it doesn't like affect it as much because the pigment is really thinned out. But for a while, it's still performing right now well enough to keep using it. So. Beauty in the mundane and teensy. Yes, absolutely. The teensy things. This is like some... It sounds like it's about to drop a beat, but I don't want to wait for it. I'm going to change the sound. This song is called Nostalgic Place by Mayu. Thanks for writing this song, Mayu. Wherever you are out there in the world. It's very relaxing. It's very appropriate for what I'm doing. I hope you got more recognition for this piece beyond my teensy live art stream. But I was glad I could get it out to 3 more people. Thanks, Mayu. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. No, really. I mean it. I really do mean it, but I couldn't not laugh. Made it sound like I wasn't serious, though. Still trying to get some individual grass. I mean... ground salad pieces in here. They're ground salad pieces, they are. Okay, I like that little overlap that happened there on accident. I'm gonna come in with the highlight green and really bring it out. I also find too that when the colors on the palette are in a more watered down state, it's a much easier to like drag some other colors across with your brush, and they don't get caught up as much or glob up as much. You can kind of mix colors more freely, very similar to watercolor. Like I said, like in the more watered down states of acrylic, it starts performing like watercolor, I'd say. Or maybe like, better said, like gouache. Like it starts feeling more like gouache. I'm trying to create all these little tiny all these little tiny instances of overlap in the grass. So that's right, yep. Ground salad. But yeah, just working out all these little opportunities for, like, you know, like, let's see, where's the camera on it? Yep. Like right here. So there's this kind of piece going up, and then there's this blade of grass arcing like this. So I'm gonna take this blade of grass and I'm gonna give it a shadow underneath it, like that. And now it kind of lets, like, this blade of grass go underneath it, sort of like that. And I'm just kind of going around, and if I have to switch back to the highlight green, I will. And often dabbing off a color really quick while it's still wet will result in almost just a lighter version of that color because of the way you can see through it now. So it's almost, there's like, what I'm trying to say is there's multiple different ways to change color, like 4 or 5 really solid ways to, like, alter the color of your paint simply without having to, like, remix or, like, go on your palette and spend a lot of time trying to find the color. Like, there's a lot of really good harmonious color fluctuations that can happen just by using the paint you already have on your palette. I like having a messy soup of colors on my palette that just kind of are all mixing together in different spots and creating all different things. And then I just sort of pick out of that what I think I need. And often you can find this sweet spot where you have this puddle of, like, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different colors, and you don't really need to mix much anymore. You can kind of just paint, and that's a really enjoyable spot to get to in the color mixing process, to where you can just paint and keep it wet and make sure it doesn't dry with acrylic, obviously. But, you know, if I really need a drastic change, like a little while ago I had to add more black because I just needed it to be a little bit more punchy. But for a while there, I didn't have to change anything at all about the colors. Messed up there. So I'm not really finding anything much that I want to add here. I'm gonna sneak in a few more details in here, in these little corners. That's interrupted by that piece of grass. And this is another one of those instances too where I'm kind of allowing the chaotic paint blobness to help my brain invent details that I didn't really necessarily think about. Like, I didn't plan them out ahead of time. I wasn't thinking, like, oh, this is this grass blade right here. It's just kind of happened on accident with the way I laid it out earlier. So, like, in the same way I kind of layer color, I try to, like, layer detail. So, like, that's why this grass over here, like, if you look, I'll pan over just for the point. If you look at this grass here, really zoomed in, it's really kind of, it's like, I didn't care, it was perfect. It's kind of grassy texture. And so then I go on top of that and I refine a little bit more where the blades are, and then a little bit more and a little bit more, and I'll stack that detail like that. And couple that with the color, I find is like my process towards realism. Panned up a little bit more here because it's the spot we need to be. Now this is definitely getting a bit farther away than the grass that was here. Not by much though. Still not enough to say that it's like, okay, it's time to lighten the black or the darker green substantially due to like it getting lighter through atmospheric perspective. I'd say the atmospheric color change starts happening right around here. In this section of the painting. Right below the shed is where I start adding a little more mutedness to the colors. Or I start muting the colors more. And I'm graying them out towards the trees in the back. And I'm purposely overall trying to maintain a softer feel here. So like there's really not much, I don't bring the saturation high in this painting much at all besides in the key points like the blue bonnets are going to be pretty saturated in the sunset. Overall I'm trying to keep it a nice calm feeling to the colors. Like relaxing to the eyes, I guess is what I'm going for. I don't want it to necessarily shout at you, but I definitely want like the sunset to be like a more like I want it to feel like the light is gently glowing and it's not so much a spotlight. Some of these songs I wouldn't necessarily consider calm. That's where I'm getting these songs. I'm just like in the calm. So you can pick a mood, and like angry is one of the moods. Let's see, here are the moods I have to pick from. Angry, bright, calm, dark, dramatic, funky, happy, inspirational, romantic, and sad. I would bet money that inspirational is the cheesiest out of all of them. I picture like a soundtrack that you'd hear on like BuzzFeed, a BuzzFeed video. Like learn how to make your own toaster strudels. Like that kind of music, you know? Like a step-by-step video on how to make cute toaster strudels with strawberries on top. With some flowery design in the pastry. BuzzFeed, you know, if you've seen BuzzFeed videos, you know what I mean. It's like the most like preying on the clickbaity, like don't feel like you gained anything after you watched it kind of video. Cause like they don't even show enough for you to actually make what they're making. You'd have to investigate further and find the ingredients. And I mean, BuzzFeed does all sorts of videos. I'm zooming in particularly to their like short form ones. Alright, I'm pretty happy with over there too. I don't want to overdo it. There's a song called Milk. What a song, man. All right. I'm gonna zoom out of there. Pretty happy with this corner. It's officially filled out to the point where all I gotta do now is just come in with the highlights. But before I do that, I'm gonna take a quick break, little leg stretch. Gonna go refill my drink, and I'll be right back. So if you still want to hang out, I'll see you when I get back. I'm going to put it on the intermission screen. Thank you thus far for hanging out. If you decide to leave now, I greatly appreciate you. Be sure to subscribe and click the bell because you'll know when I'm live next. And then I don't have to personally tell you. Saves me a lot of steps. That's all it's for. And let's see here. I'm just checking on my stream software. Alright. Be right back. Hey guys, I'm back. I got more coffee, and I am so excited because I couldn't be more happy. Because remember earlier when I was saying I was sad because I didn't have chocolate with my coffee? Well, guess what? Nutty Buddies. Oh yeah, that's right. I have Nutty Buddies with my coffee right now, and I have to eat it. I have to take a bite of Nutty Buddy with my coffee before I do anything else. Because it's just too good. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Oh yeah. Yep. A Nutty Buddy and a coffee, possibly best friends forever. Two really great things. I want to dip it. I must dip it. Yep. Just as good when you dip it. Confirmed. I'm just gonna have to finish my entire Nutty Buddy. My paint's still wet. I have enough wet paint left to finish what I want for this stream. We're good. But this Nutty Buddy is too good for me to continue so far. Must. You still doing pastels? Are you getting farther along with it? Oh man, this is so good. Yeah, it's like two BFFs coming together and making one giant BFF orgy. Yep. Yeah. Nutty Buddies and coffee. Holy shit. So good. Oh man, I could eat like 50 of those. Like disgusting amounts of that. That's too good. Okay. Gonna go a little bit longer here. Gonna zoom you back in. Get some of these highlights going. I have to be careful to not overdo it. Create more work for myself. No, I got super messy. Took a bath. And I'm not coloring my and I am now coloring my hair blue. Nice. Hell yeah. I also had a PB&J for lunch, and it reminded me of you. Oh my god. I wonder why. Oh man. Gotta love that PB&J. Solid snack. Solid snack. If anything, actually no, this highlight color is good. I like it. I was gonna say it's maybe a little too dark, but I'm gonna roll with it. Because after all, the sun won't be hitting right behind this truck, so. I'm gonna actually brighten it up a little bit, slightly. I'm gonna get a little bit of actually might have just brightened it up too much. I guess that's fine. It works. Guess it'll make the leaf color more dynamic. Some of those like kind of whited out greens you see in a lot of nature. I feel like weeds definitely have those colors. Agreed. It was crunchy PB&J and blackberry jam. Ooh, that sounds really good. I'm definitely all about the crunchy peanut butter for sure. It's gotta be crunchy. That's my favorite kind. No doubt about it. Keep dipping my side of my hand in paint here. I gotta be careful. So, like, here's an instance, like I was mentioning earlier, like, which direction do you draw the blade of grass? I find bottom to top, like, is easier, like that, in this case. So really trying to make this look like an up-close plant here. And I can take this even further later on with a more intense highlight. But for now, it looks cool. Probably gonna end up covering that plant up with another plant, but we'll let it be out for now. I don't want these greens yet to be kind of sunny. I want it to sort of be normal overcast sky ambient color green. So I'm gonna bring. My plan is to have the sunlight really shoot past the sides of this truck like this. The sunlight's going to be stopped by this edge of the house, and it's going to come out, and then it's also going to be stopped by the edge of the truck here again. And that, you know, I kind of have to. I haven't decided where the house shadow's going to end. We're going to do a little bit of thinking about that for sure. Okay, continuing here with highlights. And at this point, the detail's all there. Like, I'm not having to really think anymore about what these leaves look like or whatever. Because there's so much information here now to work with that it's like, it's painting it for me at this point, which is extremely enjoyable and fun. Like, definitely stick your paintings through if you can. If you can have it in yourself, to not put it down and just, no matter how frustrated you get, finish it, see it through. There always seems to be a point where if you see it through, it becomes enjoyable. And eventually not much thinking is required anymore. I learned so much from seeing my projects through. Used to be a really bad habit of mine. Admittedly, I'm very, very guilty of in the past, like, not finishing drawings. And I made an oath to myself to, like, every drawing I start, I have to finish. Like, even if it takes me a while to get back to, I will finish it. Like, I drew one of a local pizza shop called Sky King Pizza. You can see it on my website at planetjokum.com. It's a kind of an outdoor restaurant scene, and I remember I drew it, and it took me, I think it took me a year and a half before I finally sat down and I colored it in. Like, I finished the drawing, the line aspect to it, but it took me a year and a half to finally get back around to finishing it completely. But I really don't think I would have slept at night if I didn't finish it. So I'm glad I did. And, you know, that's an extreme case. Like, within my suggestion, I would say if you try to finish it as soon as closer to when you start it, because one thing that I find that happens is the longer time goes on with that, it becomes more difficult for me to be inspired about it way later on. Whether it's because I improved more, I'm more excited about other projects that are going on. It seems to take more effort to get back into an older idea. Honestly, what ended up inspiring me enough to get back to it and finish coloring it was I really got into ink for the first time, working with, like, watered down inks and watercolor and stuff, and I just really wanted something to color in with it. I didn't want to think about what I was drawing, and so I was like, oh, what a better opportunity than to take out the Kingston Springs drawing and color it up with my new ink kit. So I had so much fun with it because it was something that, like, I didn't have to think about drawing. It was almost like, it was like just opening a coloring book and just coloring it in, it just made it really enjoyable. I really, it like reinvigorated the energy back into the art piece that I needed to finish it. And I wouldn't doubt there's all sorts of ways that you can do that. To re-inspire yourself. I remember I actually even, before I even got to coloring it, I scanned it into my digital art program and I actually colored it in there all crazy for a minute. I've aborted that project and eventually ended up coloring it in traditionally on traditional media. But that did happen. Like, there was another attempt, is what I mean, to sit down and get it done. So now my brain is like really starting to see some of these leaves here. And I don't think enough of them are kind of overlapping, to be honest. But I'll just keep adding them, I guess, until it looks right. However long it takes. So right here, there's definitely points in your art where it's time to really slow down and just take your time with it. And this is definitely one of those spots for me right now that I'm just really gonna take the time to work out some good recognizable shapes. And I'm going for some super distinct leaf shapes right now. And this is it, you know, I mean, this is one of the few spots in the painting that if you just take the time and don't rush it, it really just polishes it up nice. It's easy to stay sketchy coming towards the foreground. I'm really thinking about the perspective of the leaf. I'm still trying to create some black lines and negative space. Like, in other words, I'm not trying to highlight the entire surface plane of the leaf. I'm trying to leave some variant in there. I'm even feathering the green paint a little bit so that it becomes a little bit more transparent and creates different shades of green as well. As much as you can, if you can figure out a way to create multiple shades of the same color in one action by wet canvas mixing, I definitely think that saves a lot of time on realism and having to like manually add a lot of things that can just happen in one touch. So. And I'm realizing, you know, I want to color match this green as much as I can. I'm gonna, because this kind of limey green here back that I have on some of these leaves, it actually, in my opinion, was kind of an error. I kind of missed the green I intended to mix before, and ended up making the green a little too sunny for being behind the truck. So I'm kind of coming back to cover up some of that with this more muted green, but I'm going to leave some of it so that it doesn't look too repetitive, and I preserve the realism, hopefully. I'm actually going to come back with some dark paint here. Just kind of found some. There's just the shape of the leaves over here. I was not fond of what I did, so I'm kind of just coming back and reshaping a little bit. Cool. this green, this light green I've been using is slowly, it's just slowly been inching towards the black on my palette, and it's only a matter of time until it breaches and starts affecting this green, which is fine. I'll just stop when that happens. So I rushed a little bit on that piece of grass there. Again, this is another one of those spots that when I filled it in with the fan brush, I kind of I didn't have the brush in the right state. Like, I didn't have the right water to paint ratio, and so I accidentally made some pretty dark, chunked out grass areas. So to fix that, I've had to kind of come back to the spot and quite manually, very much manually, so I had to just basically draw a lot of individual pieces of grass to combat my lack of brush skill. The blue bonnets will be next here after I get all these highlights in, which will create more work for me, having to come back and kind of reset in the blue bonnets, but I guess by doing that I'm playing it safe. Like, I want to play it safe with the grass and make sure that I'm happy with it, because therefore after that, then, like, I know how I made the grass, so I can come back and find these greens fairly easily, and I'm okay with that. I mean, next time, if I come back and I have a similar scene with similar colors, like, maybe it'll be a different story, because I'll be more confident in my color choices and stuff. But I found I started doing that because I already started to add some bluebonnets up here. And I realized quickly that I just needed to do the grass first. And that would just make it easy. There was also an element to kind of jumping back and forth between two really drastically different color families on the palette. That's the other reason. So basically, like, it's easier to like work with all your greens and then work with all your blues because of the way that they mix on the palette and making different shades of it. It just, and then I had to like rinse my brush more to get the blue off of it to go back to the green. Unlike working within the same family of the hue, you can kind of not care as much about your brush mixing in on other parts of the palette because it doesn't sway it so much. Just saying, with the effort and time you put in, this is a $3,000 painting. Yeah, I hope I can get to that point soon. But yeah, that's actually what this painting's worth, everybody. See? That's how it works. That's what this painting's worth now. $3,000. Just like that. Yeah, a painting of this size again will be priced the way it should be. Because I realize, like, when I do something this big, I really want to make it fully rendered. I really want to do a good job on it. Just something about a big painting that's like, I want to take it all the way, as far as it'll go. I think for my smaller ones, I have more fun not caring as much. I do plan on getting a nice big print of this one though. The same size. Canvas print for my art show. And maybe a couple smaller ones. I feel like this painting would be relevant around to where we live in Tennessee. Kind of the farm sort of thing. An old truck. I'm already liking how it looks after that. Now that I've kind of replaced this more muted green with these lime green, and you'll see why later. Like once you see the contrast of the sunlit grass coming in, I think it's gonna make much more sense. In theory, I mean, that's something that I'm hoping I'm right about at this point. And see, I'm leaving a lot of black spaces in this grass. I'm not making it super dense because a lot of that's going to be filled up with blue bonnets too, and I think that's going to really finish like filling it out. It's going to, like, those blue bonnets will take it that next leg of the way of it looking nice and bushy and full. Agreed, it looks locally blueable. Yeah, I feel like it's kind of like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's Texas. Technically, this is actually a place in Texas that I'm painting right now. Obviously, with a lot of my interpretation blended in, but it is a real thing. Texas. Texas is definitely a good drive away from Tennessee, but however, I feel like share a lot of similar styles in certain things. So what I'm doing right now is what I would call getting greedy with your brush, which just means I got too lazy to dip it again and add water when I knew it was the right time to. I was just hoping it would give me a couple more, but it didn't. And then I didn't get the brush stroke I wanted. Definitely something I'm keeping in mind as I do these grass blades in this spot I'm in particularly is I'm being sure not to touch the blobs with each other so that they create kind of all these little spaces in between. What parts of Texas have you been to? I've been to Texas once when I visited my Auntie Lori, and we drove through Austin and then down to her town, which I forget the name of, so I've really just been to Austin, the roads in between, and then down to what her town was and around there, which was much more desolate than Austin. Like where she lived, it wasn't much. Like this little burger place that we went to. And it was cool though. It was chill. It was really. It got much more flat. It was like cactuses, you know, that kind of environment. Time to dip the brush. Do not deny the brush its water. Definitely do not deny the brush its water. Keep your brush hydrated if you're an acrylic painter. A hydrated brush is a happy brush and a healthy brush. And a brush that doesn't get ruined as you paint, it stays. Like honestly, the more water you work with, the better your brush stays, because it's like you're not risking the paint binder drying up on your bristles too much. Because once paint binder dries past a certain point on your bristles, especially with a delicate tiny detail brush like this, I mean it's pretty much, your brush is pretty much done for. I mean, it's pretty much all you get out of it. You're gonna wake up the next day and go paint with it, it's gonna be gone. You're gonna have to throw it away, it's gonna be sad. You're gonna have a ceremony for it and everything. Say your prayers, you know. What people do normally for their paintbrushes. Go out in the backyard, you know, make a little gravestone, little paintbrush, gravestone. Lay some flowers by it. Drive down the road, you know, have everyone put on their hazard lights, you have the funeral thing, you know. It's sad to lose a paintbrush. We spend so much time with our paintbrushes, they become family. Austin is cool. I like that their slogan is "Keep Austin Weird." Oh, really? I didn't know that. I like that too. I officially now like their slogan too, as of right now. That's a good slogan. Good job, Austin. Definitely keep it weird. Yes, please. So not bad. I mean, to finish this whole section right here in detail, obviously minus the blue bonnets, only took me one sit-down session of about 4 hours. We're at 4:20 right now. 4 hours, 19 minutes. So, you know, multiply that by however many takes so I'm right about here. Boom. So, 2 more times. This should all be filled out. And then blue bonnets, which should not take as long as the grass in theory, because there's not going to be as many of them as there was the grass, hopefully. So here's an example of what I was talking about earlier when adding water to the paint simply lightens it too. So I didn't add any white to the screen, I just simply had more water on the brush, and it's going to dry a little bit darker than you're seeing now, but it's definitely one of those kind of watercolor techniques that crosses over. Alright. I can feel the amount I'm talking right now. Officially, after 4 hours, I can feel that I've been talking for 4 hours. It's like tight. Go to Austin? Yes, cool. Thanks. Good talk. Yes. Good talk. See you there. See you there. Good talk indeed. Alright. Really starting to look like a little patch of grass. And honestly, I think the spaces in between the grass could have even been darker. Definitely a neglected spot over here for highlights. I'm trying to think about perspective, foreshortening some of these grass blades towards me. These kind of black ones that I didn't quite draw right just need to be turned completely into highlights. Just like, it's like shadow grass. Sounds like a plant that you'd see in Skyrim. Please go collect 10 pieces of shadow grass for me. We shall reward you heftily for your service. Trying to make the grass messy and not organized. I'll tell you, this studio light I have above me really gets to your eyes after a while. It's like really, I don't know how bright it looks on camera, but because I have to like jack up the light in here to really make the good picture on the canvas come through, or the best of my ability. I mean, in the future, I hopefully will have much better webcam equipment. Right now, I'm working with shit that I bought like 5-6 years ago. It's like outdated now. Here's more shadow grass. Ah, I'm off screen. Sorry. Trying to get all my shadow grass pieces highlighted here. Some in there. Just about to run out of my green here. So almost perfect. Almost mixed like the perfect amount of paint this time. I feel like kind of is like over here. It's like a patch. Oh, sorry. I'm jumping around. I mean, I'm gonna do a little bit more of a zoom out because I'm jumping around a lot, and at that level of zoomed in, I can't really predict where my brain is gonna want me to jump next. So I should cover all the shadow grass areas I'm fixing up. Won't be as good as a close-up, but I've given you plenty of close-ups tonight. All right, guys. Gosh, so demanding. Still, some of these are a little bit lime greeny, so just going in and fixing those up. It seems like the ×2 lens will be. Oh wow, it was literally exactly where I was zoomed in on the. So my phone has two lenses. One's like more close up, one's more zoomed out, and I happened to guess where the second one was. The zoomed in lens was on a digital zoom on the first lens. What a lucky guess. See, I told you I like the small things that make me excited. Little things like that. Like I want to keep that dark. Let's see, is there anything that's blaringly obvious to me that I want to highlight? I guess right here, yeah. I demand more close-ups. I'll do my best, I'm sorry. Okay, so see this plant here is something that I would go in and grab my. I'm just gonna super hyper zoom into it. I'm gonna go in and grab. There we go. There it focused. I'm gonna go grab back to my darker paint that's still wet. And by the way, we are on 4 hours and 30 minutes of using the same paint on my palette since I started it, and I just simply have just been spraying water on it. That's crazy. I am going to readjust my original number of 45 minutes to who knows how long you can make it go for. I mean, I remember one time I did an experiment too where I took my palette. I used to use a plastic palette that kind of looked like a lunch tray with different basins in it. And when I was done painting that day, I extended the life of them like this with a spray bottle. And after that, I saran wrapped it. And I was able to use that palette again the next day. Still watered down. I kept watering it down more all the way until like another 4-hour paint session. So that was like my record. It was like the same acrylic paint used for like 16 hours without drying. So, and I did that because I was I was less familiar with color mixing, and so I wasn't confident that I could find the colors that I had again the next day. So that was like my safety, but like I'm not as worried about it anymore. You better be sorry. So right here, like, I'm just coming back in with a little bit darker and just kind of fixing up what I didn't like. Like, it just kind of turned into a green silhouette with no depth, if that makes sense. So I wanted to kind of just pop out some contrast on it. Go back and grab some green paint. And like right now I'm working, like I'm like working with 3 colors really cool, really fast. And just kind of adjusting. And what the other good thing that this creates too is canvas mixing. So like I'm not bothering to get the color right before I put it on the canvas. In other words, I'm allowing the paint to just mix on the canvas. So, all right. On that note, I think I'm gonna end it there. I have to go make myself some dinner and eat for the night. Make my stomach happy. But this has been such a fun stream. I'm so glad you all came to hang out. Thank you, Kirsten, for hanging out. And Doreen, I know you're sleeping now. Anyone else that joined in? Anthony, my brother. And I'm pretty sure I'll be on tomorrow, an earlier stream, in the morning for a little while. I was thinking about working on this little thing I have in my sketchbook that I'm shading and something a little different for fun over morning coffee. But yeah, again, thank you so much. Glad to be streaming again, glad to be hanging out again, and hope you're all enjoying it. Another quick reminder is to click the bell and the subscribe button and click the like button because it really, really helps my videos get out there. So thank you so much, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Take care.